It's a choice about how we keep our economy strong, because when you have a strong economy, you can deliver on your plans. You can do the things that you say you want to do. You can continue record investments in health and education. You can defend our country and invest in the safety of women and children and, of course, Australians right across the country. So it is a choice between a stronger economy and a weaker economy, a stronger future and an uncertain one. I look forward to answering your questions.
PM, thank you. Mr Albanese.
Well, thanks very much, Kieran, and thanks, Scott, for agreeing to this debate, and thanks, everyone, for coming along here and those watching at home. Scott and I agree that Australia is the greatest country on earth, but I believe we can have a better future if we have a better government. You all know that the cost of everything is going up, but your wages aren't. That's why we need to lift wages. We need a plan for cheaper childcare, cheaper electricity. We need a plan for housing affordability. We need to make sure we have a strong economy with secure work. And we need to make more things here using cheap, clean energy to drive manufacturing again. Now, the government's been in office for almost a decade. The truth is that they haven't learnt from their mistakes. They keep repeating them. And they don't have a plan for the future. We must do better, and we can do better. And one way we can do better is by having a National Anti-Corruption Commission to restore faith in politics. It's needed. I look forward to hearing your questions. The cost of everything is going up, but your wages aren't. All of you for joining us here. That's why we need to lift wages.
Let's kick off with the questions.
We need a plan for cheaper childcare, cheaper electricity. We need a plan for housing affordability.
Far away.
No worries.
We need to make sure we have a strong economy with secure work. And we need to make more things
My questions are basically twofold, and it's about housing affordability.
Clean energy to drive manufacturing again.
Get into that market. One's just about to leave grade 12, one's in university. So this is a real concern. So, as I said, two-part question. So what is the government doing or going to do in the future to make it more effective? Because it's not effective at the moment. And one of the big parts around it is for foreign ownership. What is the government going to do about foreign ownership? We all know that foreign investment into the country, especially in the housing market, is actually driving the prices up, which is making it unaffordable. If we lived in Thailand, Indonesia, China, Fiji, as a non-citizen, we wouldn't be able to buy property there.
OK, I think we've got the drift. We'll go with the PM first. Thanks, PM.
Thank you. Well, look, thank you very much for the question. You're right. It's always hard to buy a house, and it's particularly hard now, and it's got harder. It's a tough economy when you're trying to get out there and buy a house. I remember when Jenny and I bought our first house, it was 30 years ago. It was tough then, but I believe it's tougher now. Here in Brisbane, you're looking at median house prices of about $840,000. Now, for apartments, it's around $450,000, the median. And one of the things that we've done at the last election, I wanted to see more Australians get in and buy their own home. And so we introduced a range of programs. The Home Guarantee Scheme, the Home Builder Program, which gave people grants to support to build their own home. And there was also the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation that was loaning to community housing organisations so they could build more affordable dwelling units. We've got 300,000 Australians into their own home by ensuring they didn't have to have a 20% deposit. They had to save for a 5% deposit. And for single mums, Nicole, who I met in Western Australia just the other day, she's bought her first house because she only had to have a 2% deposit. Now, that saved her years and years and years. House prices are going up, but one of the things we've been able to do is make it that bit easier by ensuring that the government was underwriting the balance of the deposit so they could get access to those loans and they could get into their first home, which meant they got onto the ladder. 160,000 Australians got into their own home for the first time just last year. That's about 70% up on where it had been previously from the past decade. So those programs are working and we're expanding them.
OK, thanks, PM. Opposition Leader.
Well, thanks very much for your question, and it's a common story you hear all around Australia. People are worried about whether their kids will ever get into that great Australian dream that I was raised with of owning your own home. It was something that we took for granted, perhaps. I grew up in public housing where my mum lived in the same one house for all of her 65 years. But she drummed into me, when you get the opportunity, save for a deposit, buy your own home. But I know that it's just so tough now. So we need to do measures, including some of the measures that the government have done are terrific. But we are missing out on bits too. We're not doing anything in terms of social ownership, which would increase the supply. We have a plan for a Housing Australia Future Fund that would have 20,000 additional public housing units, as well as 10,000 affordable housing units for essential workers. One of the problems we've got is that some of emergency service workers in my electorate and in parts of Brisbane find it difficult to be able to afford to live close to work, and we need to address that as well. We also need to address the rental crisis, because too many people now, rents are going up through the roof as well, and they're doing it really tough. And Scott said that if you're having difficulty with rents, you can just go buy a house. The truth is that it's much more difficult than that, and we need to address each of the issues. How do we get people into home ownership? How do we increase social housing? How do we address affordable housing for essential workers?
Well, I did this with all the premiers and the chief ministers so we could loan into those community housing organisations that are so well placed to help people get into affordable house.
Did you have
now, we've increased that by $2 billion. No, I'm happy to come to that.
As well?
But I'll just say $2 billion we've put more into that fund to ensure that in total we would have done just under 30,000. Now, on foreign ownership, a very good point. On foreign ownership, not only have we toughened the laws on foreign ownership in this country for residential real estate, but more importantly, I increased the resources for the Australian Taxation Office to make sure they're being complied with. And so we've forced divestments of homes that have been bought not in accordance with our laws. It's one thing to have laws, but unless you actually invest in the enforcement of those laws, which we have done by increasing the resources to the Australian Taxation Office to chase down those who've gone and bought those houses when they shouldn't have been able to, well, your laws won't be effective.
PM, I think we're going to have to move on.
Sure.
Mariella's here with a health question. Mariella, if you could stand up for us. Another important issue. What have you got?
I work for the Office of the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer, and I'd like to ask what you're going to do to support the nursing workforce, in particular Australian nurses as opposed to international nurses, and what you're going to do to support the aged care sector in the rural and remote sector.
A huge question, and you've been asked about this as well, Mr Albanese. How are you going to get all these nurses in to do what you're saying in aged care, that is to have 24/7 care across every centre? How are you going to do it?
One of the things about nurses in the aged care sector, which you'd be aware of, is that some 80% of them in the aged care sector are part-time. And what they want is extra hours as well. So if you put in 24/7 nurses, which is what essentially the Royal Commission said was necessary, putting the nurses back into nursing homes, I think most people would be surprised that there aren't nurses in nursing homes now, because it seems so fundamental. It just seems such common sense. So we need to make sure that that occurs. In addition to that, we have 20,000 additional university places in areas of skill shortage. We need to train up more nurses for the jobs that will become available, because we will need more. We've got an ageing of the population, so we will need more care workers across the board. Our aged care plan isn't something that we've dreamed up. It is something that comes from the Royal Commission, a 5-point plan, 24/7 nurses in nursing homes, 215 minutes of care for our older Australians in nursing homes, better pay for aged care workers, better food and nutrition, and we're going to use Maggie Beer Foundation to assist with that, and better transparency and accountability. We want to make sure that every single dollar that goes in, we know where it's going to. Not going to profits for someone to buy a new Maserati, but going to better food and better care. Because one of the things I found incredibly shocking about the Royal Commission findings is that the interim report found that over half of aged care residents weren't getting the nutrition that they need. They're literally starving. And we had cases like food being scraped up off plates, put in a blender and served the next day as puree. Now, in 2022, we can do better than that.
PM, why has the government not funded 24/7 nurses for aged care facilities?
Well, it was Marielle, is that right? Mariella. And you work as a nurse?
No, I work administration for the Office of the Chief Nursing Midwifery Officer.
There's around almost 50,000 nurses who work in aged care homes across the country, and they do an amazing job. And so, of course, to the 130,000 aged care workers that work in those aged care. I remember when my father was very, very ill and he passed away in an aged care facility, and they made those last months of his life something that I'll always be very grateful for. So I think they do an absolutely amazing job, and you're right to want to ensure that they're getting great support. I called the Royal Commission into aged care because I didn't think the aged care industry, the aged care system was working as it should, as we'd all want. And a key part of it was to ensure that all Australians, particularly as they age, that they can age with dignity. And what the Royal Commission found is that there'd been problems in our aged care system for 30 years, and they're complex and they're difficult problems. We can't just make nurses all of a sudden fall out of the sky and be able to go and meet a 24/7 commitment to have a nurse in every single aged care. Now, we have part of our plan is in 2025, I believe, to be able to achieve that, and hopefully before then. This year, 16 hours a day, because that's how many nurses we can have to go and do that. Now, if you go and make a standard of 24/7 nurses, because you asked me about rural and remote areas, if you make that the standard in aged care facilities right across Australia right now, then you will be closing aged care facilities in rural and regional communities right across the country. There's the best of intentions, I think, right across the parliament to want to be able to do more. 19.1 billion was our response to the Royal Commission to aged care. And it did address issues such as nutrition, a $10 a day payment per resident per day, which is now achieving at $12 a day, we're seeing, when it's now actually been implemented. So nutrition is important, that care is important. We are training more nurses and we need to train more nurses. But aged care is complex and difficult. There are no simple solutions. You can't all of a sudden say that there's going to be all of these nurses to go in there, because if you make it a standard, then you have to hold that standard. And if you applied that today, you'd be shutting down aged care facilities right across the country.
Mariella, thank you very much for that very important question.
Can I just add something about the workforce? The government did respond to some of the recommendations of the Royal Commission, but the missing pieces were all about workforce. Nothing there except one-off payments to people who are aged care workers. 2 payments, one was supposed to happen in March, the other one in May, but it all ends as soon as people have cast their votes. The truth is that the Royal Commission found that unless we do something about increasing wages of people who are aged care workers, then we won't have a workforce. Unless we do something about addressing the 215 minutes of care, then the pressure that aged care workers that I've spoken to right around the country mean that they'll leave the industry. And that's why we need a plan that includes a plan for workforce. And that's the missing piece that just isn't there in the government's response.
We're going to move on to Roger now. Roger, if you could stand up and ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposal for an anti-corruption commission at a Commonwealth or federal level has been described by some of the greatest legal minds in this country as a toothless tiger at the beck and call of government. And I'd like to know what the two gentlemen here would offer to give that some teeth so that it can act independently of government, especially with public hearings.
Prime Minister, first of all. Roger.
Yeah. Our proposal for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission, let me start off by saying this: ensuring integrity right across the Commonwealth government, not just obviously politicians, of course, but right across the public service, because one of the differences between a Commonwealth government and a state government is that a state government, there are these commissions, they deal with gambling and they deal with racing and they deal with liquor licensing and development and many of those issues. And I'm sure you've seen many examples of whether it's at local government or at a state government level where those issues have been the real subject of those sort of corruption allegations. At a Commonwealth level, you're dealing with things like immigration decisions and tax office and things of that nature. So there's a different set of issues you're dealing with. Our proposal for a Commonwealth Integrity Commission, which has 357 pages in legislation and a budget of $60 million, which is in the budget. We've already spent $50 million applying that to the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity, which they police the Home Affairs Department, the Federal Police, these sorts of organisations. That already exists to ensure that integrity is upheld in those important things. We have that legislation. It deals with criminal matters. It is not a kangaroo court. It is not something that is trying to trial people in the media. It's not about who your boyfriend is or things like that. I've seen these integrity commissions in my own home state of New South Wales, and I've got to say I haven't been impressed. And that's not the model I would like to see at the Commonwealth level.
Okay,
I would like to see a serious commission that deals with criminal matters. We've got our legislation, 357 pages, and our budget for it of $60 million ready to go.
Sure. Mr Albanese, your response? Just trying to get through as many questions as we can.
Thanks very much, Roger, for the question. And it's an issue where we need to restore faith in the political system. Now, I think overwhelmingly people go into politics for all the right reasons, whether they be Labor or Liberal or minority party people. But the truth is there's a stench around a whole range of issues in Canberra. When you have a block of land that was worth $3 million, that the government paid $30 million for it. When you have donations for a legal case that the minister at the time said he couldn't be transparent about where the money was coming from. There's issues of sports rorts and commuter car park rorts and abuse of taxpayers' money. Now, what we need is a national anti-corruption commission with teeth, one which is able to control its own investigations. The government's model would have ministers determine whether they can be investigated or not. It needs to be independent, at arm's length. It needs to have the capacity to have public hearings if it deems that that is in the public interest, and it does need to have some teeth. And Scott is very critical of the ICAC. Let me say this about the New South Wales Anti-Corruption Commission. It has found both Liberal MPs and Labor MPs and ministers of all sorts of persuasions and mayors guilty of corruption. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I want an anti-corruption commission that will hold the political system to account, because I believe in our democracy it's essential that people have faith in the democratic processes, and that's not there at the moment.
Roger, thank you very much for that. I'll get to our next question in just a moment. Just one from me. When are we going to get rid of the scare campaigns at some point? You, Labor, running with this campaign about the cashless debit card going to pensioners. It's not going to happen. The Liberal Party saying you're not going to turn back the boats. You've committed to exactly the same policy. Is it time to scrap the scare campaigns and have an honest debate like we are tonight?
Well, it's important on take the cashless debit card. We're going to get rid of it. They should get rid of it. A lot of people don't know what the cashless debit card is. Scott is from...
But you're also saying they're going to extend it to pensioners. They're not doing that.
Well, they themselves. Anne Ruston, as the Minister, has said that it's a platform and they've left open the potential extension of this. What we're saying very clearly is that it should be gotten rid of, that people, particularly a political party that speaks about power of the individual, the cashless debit card not only tells you what you can buy, it's who you can buy it from, which is why we will get rid of it.
Your response, PM, on the boats question, because they've said basically imitation's the best form of flattery. They're copying your creation.
Let me deal with a few of the inaccuracies of what Anthony just said. The Commonwealth Government, my government, our government, is not putting the cashless debit card to pensioners. It's not happening. Not happening. So if you've been called or got one of those pieces of material that's been sent to you by the Labor Party saying we're going to do that, we're not going to do that. I can assure you we're not going to do that. Now, the Labor Party wants to get rid of the cashless debit card where it has been used in communities where we have gone into vulnerable communities and we've said, how can we help to get people to better manage their income when they're on very vulnerable situations. We've worked with them, we've consulted with them. They have agreed that they wanted those cards to come into those communities, and what it works like is just a debit card. Now, we're all pretty used to using debit cards, I'm sure. And it's just an electronic card, which means that for people who are in very vulnerable situations, are able to manage their income better, which means they can put food on the table for their kids, they can avoid having their money being going off to other things which aren't helping their families and dealing with their cost of living issues, and giving vulnerable Australians the support they need to get up back on their feet and be able to get forward with their lives. Now, we've seen very good... Well, I'd love to talk about that.
I know you would, but should we look at the policy as opposed to...
Yeah, no, I can look at the policy. Now, I designed Operation Sovereign Borders and the turn-back policy of our government, which ended the deaths at sea, 17 detention centres we closed that Labor Party opened, and we ended all of that. And it's a very hard thing to do. General Molan worked with me in opposition and many other ex-defence people to ensure that we could do that properly. Now, I can tell you, it's not easy. And you have to believe in it. You have to understand it. You have to understand how to do it safely. You have to understand how it works with all the other areas of your border protection policy, which is temporary protection visas and offshore processing. Other countries around the world have said Australia got that right. Now, all I'm simply saying is, you know I'll do it, because I've done it.
Mr Albanese,
and we did
will you
stop
do it?
the boats.
Will you do it?
Yes, we will do it.
And have you got the determination? The PM's saying you've got to be focused and committed. You haven't always been.
I was the Deputy Prime Minister when we established offshore processing. I was the Deputy Prime Minister when that happened. And what we've said is we have the same position on offshore processing, on settlement in third countries, and the same position on boat turnbacks. But what we also now have the same position on...
You didn't have the same position on turnbacks.
Now what we have the same position on as well is accepting the deal that was there from New Zealand that has been on the table since Julia Gillard and John Key, all those years ago, decided it a decade ago. And if that had been accepted, that would have resolved that situation much more quickly. I'm pleased the government has now accepted.
So we shouldn't have any doubts about you on this?
None whatsoever.
So can I ask
Our
a question?
position is very clear.
So when you were Deputy Prime Minister, why didn't you support turnbacks then?
You weren't proposing then. You were not proposing.
Well, I'm sorry, we were. It was our policy.
You were not
Turnbacks were our policy before the 2013 election. I was the Shadow Immigration Minister. I designed the policy. So you were on the National Security Committee, I think for the first time at that time. And so why did you not support turnbacks?
I was on the National Security Committee. We had established offshore processing just in 2013 when I became Deputy Prime Minister. That was the first step.
So you were going to do turnbacks?
No, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I just wanted to be clear.
But why is it, Scott, that you're always looking for a division, not looking for
No, I'm just looking for the accuracy and the truth.
Well, the truth is we support boat turnbacks.
But you didn't when you were Deputy Prime Minister and the boats were coming at 30 and 40 a week.
And we'll do it. What we did was we established offshore processing.
Vladimir.
Hi guys, I'd like to know a little bit about what your policies are around the electric batteries space or for an investment perspective, and also how you're going to help Australians get into electric vehicles.
So the battery question and EVs.
Yeah. This is a part of a future made in Australia. We need to make more things here. It makes no sense that everything that goes into a battery, copper, lithium, nickel, is all here. We send it offshore and the batteries are made. This is a potential major industry here in Australia, and we need to do more to create those high-value jobs. I support exporting our resources, but where possible, we should be value-adding here rather than seeing the value add somewhere else and the jobs created somewhere else, and that's what we'll do. On EVs, the Prime Minister said during the 2019 campaign that electric vehicles would end the weekend. They said that they couldn't tow your trailer, couldn't tow your boat. It was all nonsense. The truth is that electric vehicles are here. They will continue to grow in the future. we will reduce the taxes on electric vehicles, particularly a measure that will make a difference is removing the fringe benefits tax for all those below the luxury car tax threshold, because that's how a whole range of cars get into the fleet.
PM?
It was just over 12 months ago, Vladimir, that I was in Newcastle and we broke ground on a battery manufacturer right here in Australia. So they are being made here and they're going to be made here more and more. Angus Taylor's here tonight, and as part of his plan to ensure that we get to net zero by 2050, we're investing $22 billion between now and 2030 on ensuring that we're developing the clean energy technology, which includes batteries, that will enable us to transition our economy, and not just ours, by the way, but the economies in our region as well, to ensure that they can get access to this technology. Now, Anthony is right about critical minerals and rare earths. These rare earths and critical minerals, particularly coming out of Western Australia, they are a major opportunity for Australia. And back in 2019, when I went to the White House, I said to the President, this is what we need to do together. Critical minerals and rare earths we can mine in Australia, but we need to make sure that the take-off agreements that need to be in place to justify the investment in the first place can be achieved. And so we work with Japan, and we're working with India. That's called the Quad: Japan, India and the United States and Australia. We've come together as leaders, and critical minerals and rare earths development in Australia, which will give us many opportunities, but also the processing of those. A great Australian company, Lynas, is a company that's doing this right now. There's also another Australian company in Western Australia we've just committed over $1 billion to make sure that they can get those processing and resources development activities in place right now. So we have that plan to achieve that. And I think Australia can be an energy powerhouse continued in the future. We have been up until now, but as we move over the next 20 or so years, and particularly over the next 10, we're going to position Australia well to do that again.
Thank you. And we have Catherine now.
Hello. I have a 4-year-old autistic son. We are grateful to receive funds through the NDIS, but I've heard many stories of people having their funds cut recently under the current government, including our own. I've been told to give my son the best future, I should vote Labor. Can you please tell me what the future of the NDIS looks like under your government?
Start with the Prime Minister.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Catherine. What's your son's name?
Ethan.
Ethan, he's 4.
He's 4.
Jenny and I have been blessed. We've got 2 children that haven't had to go through that. And so for parents with children who are disabled, I can only try and understand your aspirations for those children. And I think that is the beauty of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. And I pay credit to Julia Gillard, who initiated this when she was Prime Minister. It was a very complex system. It's bigger than Medicare now. It actually costs more every year than it costs to run Medicare, and those costs will continue to increase. But the thing I love about the NDIS is it's not welfare. What it's designed to do is help people with disabilities be able to live their best possible life, and to give them the tools, like my brother-in-law Gary, who has multiple sclerosis, and he gets support through the NDIS to ensure that he has the wheelchair he needs and the aids that he can have at home to work as a call centre operator and do things like that. And for young children, it's about the early intervention work that needs to be done to help them be more able as life goes on. Now, we are fully funding the National Disability Insurance Scheme. It's a difficult scheme to manage because every single person who has a disability is different. There's no cookie-cutter approach to the NDIS. You need to tailor the programs to each and every single individual. And so it is a scheme that is still building, and it still has faults. But what we are working to do is ensure that we're getting the assessments right, that we're getting the programs right, and we're supporting people to navigate the system, because it can be a very difficult system. You've probably had challenges with that, knowing what you can get access to, what you can't. And the people who work in the NDIS and the agency, I think, do a great job in trying to help people understand how the scheme can best help them. But I think it's one of the greatest innovations in social policy this country has ever ambitiously embarked on. It's expensive. It's more expensive than Medicare, but I believe it's worth investing in.
Catherine, you happy with that response, or is anything you want?
I'm interested in the funding cuts. You talk about early intervention. So before he's 5, he should have the most intensive treatment. Yet we've had our funding cut by 30% at his first review with no reason why. So I can't access that intensive therapy.
Well, I'd be interested to know the specific case that you're referring to, and I'm happy to get those details after. As you know, assessments are done along the way. It's a large program, and we're trying to ensure that the support that is being given is well targeted, and we're able to provide support to many thousands of people who use this scheme. But I'd be happy to look at and have my ministers also look at your case.
Catherine, we'll do that after the forum. We'll come and find you and put you in touch. Mr Albanese, your response on this?
Well, thanks very much, Catherine, for sharing your story of young Ethan and the challenges that he faces with funding cuts being imposed on him. Unfortunately, Ethan's story isn't an isolated one. There are parents, and every member of Parliament is getting constituent representations from people saying, I have had a family member's funding cut. I met in Canberra with Bill Shorten, one of the architects of the NDIS. It was a proud Labor reform. It's always Labor that does the big changes that make a difference to people's lives, make sure that people aren't left behind. And the NDIS is one of them, a proud Labor reform that we will fix. Because what's happening with some of these assessments done in isolation, one example that I had was Ellie, who's a Brisbane woman who came to Canberra to tell her story, and we held a press conference in Parliament House. She needs a colostomy bag. And part of the assessment that she had was that she could reuse colostomy bags rather than be given new ones, just wash them out. Now, that place is because of her health condition, her health potentially in acute danger because she's susceptible to infection, and the end-up cost is even more. So if we're sensible about this and get it right, one of the things about the NDIS is that it certainly isn't welfare. All of the analysis shows if you allow everyone to participate in society, you'll get better outcomes, obviously better social outcomes, but you'll also get better economic outcomes as well.
Catherine, thank you so much. Mr Albanese...
Kieran, just before you go
if you can quickly, please.
Anthony's right. It's a great reform. As I said, I acknowledge the work of Bill as well as Julia. It is often Labor. They started Medicare as well. But it's always the Liberals and Nationals have to work out how to pay for these things. And that's what we've done over the last 8 years. Now, I make this point very importantly because I said at the start that this election is really about the economy. And if you don't have a strong economy, then programs like the National Disability Insurance Scheme, just like the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme when Labor were in power last time, they couldn't list medicines because they couldn't manage money. And so one of the most important things I can do to ensure that the National Disability Insurance Scheme is fully funded is we continue to run a strong economy, manage our finances well, keep our AAA credit rating. We're one of only 9 countries in the world who have done that through the pandemic.
Well, I've got to jump in there because it isn't just the NDIS, it is also the PBS was another Labor initiative. Labor does the big things, And we also do the big reforms. And what the Prime Minister has attempted to say there is we have an issue paying for things. Well, if you look at the big economic reforms, we just went through 3 decades of consecutive economic growth because of the Hawke-Keating reforms that happened. We then went through the global financial crisis better than just about any economy in the world because of the actions of the Rudd and Gillard government. And while we were doing it, we did the NDIS, we did paid parental leave, we did a fibre-based national broadband network. Labor does the big reforms. And we just had a debate before about renewables and electric vehicles. This government have held us back. You can't be scared of the future. You have to shape the future, otherwise the future will shape you. And the problem with this government is that it's just treading water, not pursuing any significant economic, social or environmental reforms. And if we continue down that track, things will just stay the same. I think we can have a better future.
As you said, it's doing much better than comparable nations through the pandemic. But when you look at the budget, our net debt is going to peak at about a third of national income. You've got deficits out as far as the eye can see. If you win, PM, will you turn your attention to budget repair? Because these are wonderful initiatives that we're talking about here, but will your focus turn to budget repair if you win? And Mr Albanese, your response to that as well. This obviously has to be a priority at some point.
Okay. I'm happy to go. In the last 12 months, the budget has turned around by over $100 billion. That is the single biggest turnaround in a budget in 70 years. And the reason for that is we've got people into work, off welfare and into work. That is the major way you turn a budget around, as well as making sure you control your expenditure. Our debt has risen because it had to, because we all know when we went into the pandemic, we were facing the biggest economic crisis we had seen since the Great Depression. To give you an example, the economic recession that we went through because of the pandemic was 30 times worse than what occurred during the global financial crisis. 30 times worse. And we've come through with employment outcomes compared to the global financial crisis, back happened over a decade ago, 50% better. We have 400,000, almost 400,000 more people in work today than before the pandemic. Now, that didn't happen by accident. When we stared into the abyss of the global pandemic, not knowing how many people would die, how many businesses would be ruined, the Treasurer and I, Josh Frydenberg and I, got together with the then Finance Minister Matthias Cormann and we came up with JobKeeper. It saved 700,000 jobs and I believe many, many lives, because Australians were thinking they were going to work that day on the day we announced it and it would be their last day in work, that apprentices would go and that the Australian economy would be ruined. So yes, we lent in, we saved the Australian economy, we kept Australians in work, and as a result now we have an economic plan which means we can grow our economy into the future. Our debt, even still, is about a third of the debt in the United States and the United Kingdom and France and nations like that, because of the good management we'd had prior to the pandemic.
Mr Albanese, have you got a plan for budget repair if you win?
Well, the truth is that whoever was in government during the pandemic would have had to have had an economic stimulus plan. We called for wage subsidies before the government adopted them. We were calling for it, the union movement was calling for it, small business was calling for it, and indeed the government said that wage subsidies were a dangerous idea.
That's not true.
Were a dangerous idea. We have no problem with the economic stimulus in terms of the need for one. What we have a problem with is the waste. There was too much waste there, and this has been a wasteful government. They changed the national broadband network model from fibre-based. They said that it would cost $29 billion and it's cost almost double that for an inferior model, and now they're having to go back and fix it. They spent $1 billion of your money on taxpayer advertising promoting themselves. And before the pandemic had hit, it's important to remember that they had already doubled the debt before the pandemic had hit.
So beyond the waste, is there anything you would do different?
Well, what we need to do is that we have a plan to grow the economy. We have a plan to grow back stronger through our National Reconstruction Fund of $15 billion that will support new industries, that will support old industries being transformed. We have a plan to make sure Australians can fill the jobs through our TAFE plan, fee-free TAFE in areas of skills shortage, our additional university places. We need to have a plan to grow the economy, and what clean energy represents is just that.
Okay,
it's an opportunity.
We'll bring in Daniel now. Daniel, what's your question?
So I have a question for the honourable gentleman in front of me in regards to sole traders and small businesses and of course, micro businesses as well. During the pandemic, I think it's fair to say that a lot of the small businesses like myself, we were left out in the cold. JobKeeper was not accessible to us as we were not employees of our businesses. There was a lot of friends around that were sole traders, they were contracted to others, they were not eligible as well. We were told that we should dip into our super, our future, that we'll no longer be able to attain if we draw down on it now. So moving forward into the endemic phase of COVID-19, what is your plans to help small businesses, sole traders and micro businesses moving forward?
Thank you, Daniel. PM, first you.
Well, first of all, we've cut taxes for small business down to 25%. Second of all, we've provided the instant asset write-off, and what that means is if you go and spend on a new piece of plant and equipment, a coffee machine, a fridge, a new machine in your tool kit, then you can write that off 100%. And so we've lowered taxes for small businesses because it is tough. One of the key things that small businesses have to deal with is their cash flow. And in this budget, we've provided 120% tax deduction for those you would train, but also on the investments you have to make in upgrading to cloud accounting, for example, and all the data and the digital technologies that you need to run a modern small business. You know, over the course of the pandemic, I think everybody learnt that we're in a digital economy now, and we need to move on to that. And so many businesses during the pandemic adjusted amazingly well. They were doing one thing before, but they worked out how to access customers another way. And we need businesses to be able to be agile. And one of the things we've been trying to do, we tried to do it in the middle of the pandemic, but we weren't able to get support from the Labor Party, was to make the industrialisation system simpler, just more practical. There was no ideology in it. It was just to make sure that we're able to have more practical rules that people would be able to follow, supporting particularly small businesses to understand the rules that they are so they wouldn't get caught paying people less or paying more people more than they had to ensure that they could manage their cash flow. But if you move your business to a digital model, one of the most important things you do is you get paid on time. And cash flow, we've reduced the amount of payment times, particularly for small businesses, and we've challenged and got the corporates to do the same thing to reduce their payment times for small businesses. Because for small businesses, it's all about cash flow, keeping more of what they earn so you can invest it back into your business.
Mr. Albanese.
Yeah, can I ask Michael what business you're in? What? Daniel.
I own a cafe. I am actually closely related to the aviation sector as well, because my cafe is on a local commercial airfield, and my trade qualification is in general cookery, but I'm a bulk production chef. So if I was holding out my previous job, I wouldn't have a job because the aviation sector crashed, and the food that I was producing is no longer in demand. I was lucky that I could transition into my own business, and I was lucky that I had support of my wife, but many times we were hand to mouth. We haven't made super contributions at all.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Daniel. You're just one of many who've done it so tough during this period. And I acknowledge how difficult it's been. Many people did get left behind in various sectors of the economy because they weren't eligible for the various payments which are there. Now, we supported the small business tax cut for companies below $50 million in terms of turnover to 25%. We supported the changes on the asset write-off because they were there in place when the government was elected and they withdrew them and then put them back. We don't think they should have been withdrawn in the first place. We think that as well in terms of taking pressure off your small business. What we need to do is to have a plan as well to lift wages throughout the economy. One of the things that's happening is that if people haven't got enough money to spend, if they're struggling to get by, they can't afford to go to the local cafe. They cut back. And that's one of the things that we're seeing that's holding back our economy. Now, Scott spoke about the industrial relations changes that were rejected in the Parliament that he said he will resurrect. Now, that would remove the better off overall test.
That's
was
not true,
the problem for that legislation, which is why it was rejected. Because if you're getting rid of the better off overall test, it means you don't want people to be better off overall. It's pretty common sense, really.
Is that what's happening?
No, that's not what's happening, and I was very clear about this today.
Well, you said you'd introduce the legislation.
No, Anthony, what we said was we would go forward with the measures that weren't the emergency pandemic measures. And so that only related to the pandemic. Now, thank goodness, we're in a situation now where the vaccine rules are changing, the other close contact rules are going in New South Wales and in Victoria. That's fantastic. There were some emergency measures that were only for that time, and that's what that related to.
But you did try to remove the better off overall test.
They're no longer applying, and they're not part of our forward agenda.
So you've changed your position.
No, we haven't changed our position, Anthony. I'm just being very clear so you don't misrepresent it.
Let's get the next question from Martin.
Thanks, Karen, and the question directed to both leaders. There is $4 billion in the Federal Emergency Response Fund. So far, $150 million has been allocated for both Queensland and New South Wales from this fund for recovery from the recent 2022 flood events. Both states have major needs in recovery. My question, can both leaders explain their plans and thoughts from the immediate recovery and longer-term flood-proofing as far as possible, with the 2032 Brisbane Olympics just 10 years away, and this is the very heart of it here. Obviously, this will be a very expensive exercise, and I appreciate your thoughts on that.
Martin, thank you. Mr Albanese.
Well, thanks very much, Martin. We have been critical of the Emergency Response Fund that was created with our support, but it was created with the idea that $200 million would be spent every year, some of it on recovery, some of it on mitigation, on planning, on things like stopping flood levies, bushfire preparedness, preparedness for cyclones. And yet it just stayed there. It stayed there as if it was a term deposit, and it's grown now to $4.8 billion. So what we've said is that we'll have a disaster-ready fund. $200 million every year will be spent on making sure that preparedness is done for floods, for cyclones, for bushfires, for the extreme weather events that we know from the science. Climate change tells us that it's here, and we've seen more intensity in terms of floods and bushfires in recent times. The government has acted, in our view, very strong view, and it's what I've heard here in Brisbane in particular, just too little too late to provide that investment in the first place should have happened, and then the support should have happened. The government should have exercised its power to declare a national emergency, not just in New South Wales, but in Queensland when the event happened, not wait until it was too late.
OK, PM.
The two terrible floods we've just seen in New South Wales and Queensland, $5.2 billion is committed between the state governments and the federal government. Around 70% of that is being paid by the federal government. 70%. About $1.5 billion, some $400 million right here in Queensland has already been directly paid out through what is called the disaster recovery payment and the disaster recovery allowance. They're the same payments that you saw made during the bushfires, and they've been made, and they were made very, very quickly. And in fact, the floods here in Brisbane, as I said, I was here in Brisbane when that was occurring on that Sunday night, and that Sunday night led to the terrible floods we saw in the Northern Rivers early that next morning. We saw more Defence Force people turn out here in Brisbane quicker than they did back in the Brisbane floods of 2011. I was out at Enoggera, that's just a fact, it's just true. And I think the Defence Forces have done an amazing job. And getting out and supporting, and people across Brisbane will know. They've seen them out there helping with the clean-up, as the State Emergency Service workers have. And so that support comes. We established the National Recovery and Resilience Agency. It's a national agency to ensure that we are better planning the prevention of these disasters, but to do it in partnership, Martin, with the state governments. We have to work together. On bushfires, for example, one of the things we want to see is greater transparency on the management of fuel loads, not just in the national parks, but in the forestry estates and the other areas where fuel loads build up. And when those fuel loads build up, we know what happens. But we don't have any transparency at the moment from the states about how those fuel loads are being managed. So yes, we will continue to invest. It's actually $300 million now we've committed out of that fund to deal with both the flood mitigation works, and particularly up there in Lismore, because there were major mitigation flood works there that have been prevented for many, many years. It was a local council, I can assure you, it wasn't a Liberal council, it was of the other persuasion, who were stopping those flood mitigation works happening on the ground. We have a new mayor there in Lismore now who wants to get on with those projects, and we've immediately committed those funds to help him go and do it.
OK, I'll get to Claire in just a moment, but we're having, as we meet tonight, a huge development in terms of our foreign policy challenges with the Solomons signing this deal with China. PM, how is that not a foreign policy failure on this government's watch?
Well, I heard Penny Wong say that today. This is a very serious issue, and one that we've been conscious of for a very long time. That's why we've increased in our Pacific step-up funding to $1.8 billion a year to be supporting our Pacific family. That's why during the pandemic, all of those countries turned to Australia to support them with vaccines, including the Solomon Islands, which we provided. That's why we've just more recently done the undersea cable project in the Solomon Islands, fully funding that so it wasn't built by China. $30 million for the Tina River transmission electrification project through our Pacific facility to ensure that we're providing the things that help these economies grow. In Fiji, we vaccinated the entire country so their economy can be opening up again and welcoming tourists back and getting their economies moving. It is a very serious issue. But what I found interesting today was that when the Labor Party said that this was a policy failure, no, this has happened because China is seeking to interfere in the Pacific. It's odd that the Labor Party, rather than acknowledging what is happening here, they wouldn't say, no, it isn't because China is coming in interfering in our region. Somehow, it's Australia's fault. Now, when it comes to the issues of standing up to China, well, they've criticised me as well as being too strong. I was the one who went and spoke to all the other developed nations of the world and said, these are the 14 points that the Chinese government has been seeking to coerce Australia. I was the one who called them out on the pandemic and was called a racist. And when we shut the borders at the start of the pandemic, they accused me of being racist about that as well. No, I was protecting Australia. But what this shows is that China has changed in the last 5 years, in particular. And we've had to significantly increase our investment in our intelligence services, our defence forces. And it's a very important issue, Kieran, and you've raised it. It's a very important issue, and I'm sure the Labor Party would agree. But what I don't understand is that when something of this significance takes place, why would you take China's side?
Well, let's get Mr Albanese's view on it. Have you taken China's side on this? And is it true that this would have happened regardless of what government was in office, because the Chinese Communist Party is clearly funneling a lot of funds into countries like the Solomons?
Well, that's an outrageous slur from the Prime Minister. And it shouldn't be, national security issues shouldn't be the subject of that sort of slur. The truth is that we all know that China has changed. China has changed its posture. It's more aggressive, it's more active in the region, and we need to understand that and respond to it. The contradiction in what Scott just said is saying that on the one hand, but they're not really stepping up. This isn't so much a Pacific step up, it's a Pacific stuff up. This is a major foreign policy failure by Australia. What we have here is the Solomons, that since the Second World War, we have all known how strategic a site it is. Less than 2,000 kilometres from Townsville and Cairns. They're closer to the Solomons than we are now to Perth. And this has happened on our back door. And Julie Bishop, the former Foreign Minister, has said just today that the government should have sent the Foreign Minister. They've known about this for months. No Foreign Minister visitation, no Defence Minister visitation. They just sent a junior burger along in the last week, having known, and they were warned about this last August. I'll tell you what Joe Biden has done. President Biden has sent Kurt Campbell. He's senior advisor in the region in the Pacific. I know Kurt well. He has been dispatched to the Solomons. This government have been complacent here. They cut aid when they came into office in 2013. They cut aid to the Solomons. We should have been on top of this issue. We all agree that China has been aggressive. The question is, how do you respond to it? All right, we have one more question, then we'll go to closing statements. We're coming up to, it's now 5 to 8. We have Claire now with a question.
Okay. The latest polling statistics show that voters have an all-time low level of faith in the integrity of both major party politicians. What are you going to do to restore their trust in the democratic process?
Claire?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Claire. Our strong economic plan is getting people off welfare and into work. Our economic plan is about helping Australians realise their big aspirations in life, to have their kids, to raise them, to get them a good education, to buy a home, to save for their retirement, to run a business and to have choices. Our economic plan is delivering that. Our economy now is one of the strongest in the world, of the advanced world, and that is giving Australians opportunities every single day. And what I've learned from my years in politics is that unless you can run a strong economy and manage money, maintain your AAA credit rating, keep the economy moving forward, then your aspirations for so many of these other issues can't be achieved. And that's why this election is very much about who can run the economy and who can manage money. And following through on those plans, doing what we said we would do, ensuring we said we would get more Australians into homes. We've got 300,000 Australians into their own home in just the last 3 years, just as we said we would. When we said we would stand by Australians as they went through the pandemic, we delivered the single largest economic intervention in JobKeeper that saved 700,000 jobs. We have one of the lowest fatality rates from COVID in the world. It's been tough. It's been incredibly tough. But I'm so optimistic about where we go to from here, because together the country has put itself in a strong position. And we've had the opportunity to lead that process. And we can't turn back now. We're heading in the right direction. We want to keep going there. And that's where my government is seeking to take Australia.
Mr Albanese, your response to Claire?
Yeah, thanks very much, Claire. Unfortunately, you're right on the money. There is so much disillusionment with our political processes and our political system. That's one of the reasons why we do need a strong National Anti-Corruption Commission to restore that faith. But we need to do more than that as well. One of the things I did when I became an opposition leader or Labor leader was that I said I wanted to be known as a Labor leader, not just oppose things for the sake of it. So if the government has had a good idea, we've been prepared to embrace it. Scott raised the issue of boat turnbacks. It's true that that wasn't our policy in 2013. It's a good idea, it worked, therefore we embrace it. That's what we do when you come up with a good idea. The Parliament couldn't have sat and couldn't have had all those programs through without our support. And I made the unusual statement that we would try to amend some of the legislation. We were concerned about people taking money out of their super. We were concerned about a range of the details, but we wouldn't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. So in part, this campaign is about what we will do. We will do different things. But I think it's also important to restore faith in politics is the how. And I want to unite the country. I want to not be a Prime Minister who's always looking for the wedge, always looking for the division. Because if we're going to move forward as a country, we need to work out our common interests. And that's why I think in industrial relations, for example, that unions and employers have common interests. You can't have union members unless you have successful businesses. And that's what we need to do. We need to look for areas of agreement, areas of consensus, areas in which the country can be united going forward, rather than the constant argy-bargy, which does seem to dominate a lot of our politics, and I think you're right, is putting people off.
Before we get the closing, it's 8 o'clock. If you're okay to just take one more question from Lizzie and then we can wrap up. Lizzie?
Yes, hi, good evening, everyone. Just going off the back of Claire's question, I read today that only 55% of 18-year-olds are currently enrolled to vote. Yeah. So I wanted to get an idea about how we're going to look at the disillusionment, I guess, externally as well as internally, coming off the back of some of those tragic stories that we've heard from federal government lately with bullying and some issues inside around that. So how can we look internally to fix that?
Thanks very much for your question, Lizzie. Another stat that I've seen around, I don't know if you've seen it or not, that's of great concern, is the diminishing support for democracy as our form of government. That's a real concern that people out there don't get, why democracy is important. And that's why forums like this and our federal campaigns are so critical, that people get to participate in. In some countries, of course, people risk their lives to fight for the right to vote. We have such a proud history in this country in terms of women's participation in the political system. Is one thing that we were the first country in the world where that occurred. But we need to do much better. We need to engage, I think, with young people. We need to engage on issues that involve them because they are our future. And I know that young people are particularly concerned about issues like climate change, making sure that the world that they inherit is one that's at least as pristine as the one that's there at the moment. So I think it's a matter of us reaching out, engaging, working out new ways of participation as well in the political process, because I think that figure of 55%, I think you said, of 18-year-olds enrolled is of real concern. And we need to look at ways as well of making it easier for people to get on the roll.
Let's hear from the Prime Minister now. PM.
Well, thanks, Lizzie. One of the things I've noticed in Australian politics and in just civil debate in this country, which has really changed, which young people are growing up with today. There's many more challenges young people face today than they did when I was growing up and Anthony was growing up. But one of the biggest changes has been, I think, the very corrosive impact of social media on our society, and particularly in the way that it robs and steals the confidence and hopes of young people in particular. The bullying that goes online, the destroying of lives that goes online, and the big tech companies. I can tell you that our government has been leading the world in standing up to those big tech companies. We put the first online e-safety commissioner in place in the world. We ensured that we've introduced legislation which makes those companies pay when they allow on their platforms for people to be bullied in this way. The way people engage on social media, I think, is incredibly dangerous. It has its great advantages. Families stay connected in ways that we never could before. But at the same time, what has happened with social media in our political debate over the last 10 years, it makes me terribly sad, and I think young people have been most affected by that. There are things that people would never say to each other, but they will write it in a comment, and it's hurtful and it's destructive, and the big tech companies have to take responsibility for that. And my government has put in place legislation, has put in place supports to ensure that we can change that. And I think that's one of the best ways we can get a better debate in this country, a better discourse, a better engagement, to be able to disagree better rather than what we see on social media today. I think it's really undermining our society.
PM, thanks. Lizzie, thank you very much. And we'll get the closing statements. But before we do, quickly, the independents, you both say you're not going to do a deal with the independents. If you've got enough seats to form government, you will, won't you? Let's just clear that up. Come on. You both will.
I'm the only leader hoping to lead a single party, the Labor Party, shooting for 76 seats.
Shooting for it, but if you're short, you will. Anyway, we'll leave it there. I'll take that as a comment.
No, there's two coalitions. There's the Liberals and Nationals, and of course the Labor Party would be supported by the Greens. But
it's nonsense, of course.
Why don't we kick off the closing remarks? PM, you kick off. You won the toss, and then the closing final comments from Mr Albanese.
Well, first of all, can I thank you for all your questions tonight? Can I thank you, Anthony, for joining us here this evening with me? And I think this has been a good opportunity to talk about some important issues tonight. This election is a choice, and these processes are important to help people make their choice. But fundamentally, I really believe this election is all about the economy that you and your family and your communities will live in for the next 10 years. It will determine your economic opportunities, your job, your wages, all of these things, and the services that Australia can afford to deliver, the essential services that you rely on. It all starts with managing a strong economy. Our government has proven that with a strong economic plan that has been delivering. Unemployment falling to 4%, a AAA credit rating, the biggest budget turnaround we've seen in 70 years. The future, we're heading in the right direction. Now is not the time to turn back. So I thank you for your question, and I look forward to realising the great opportunities Australia has as we seize them with the economic plan that we know is working and will continue to work for you and your family and the essential services you rely on.
Prime Minister, thank you. Mr Albanese.
Thanks very much, Kieran, and thanks everyone for participating tonight, and thanks, Scott, for participating tonight as well. I think the problem for this government is that they have been in office for almost a decade. They're shooting for a second decade in office, and they haven't shown any plan for either tonight or during the entire period in which they've been in office about how you actually grow wages, how you have an economy that works for people, not the other way around. I want an economy that sees wages being lifted. I want people to enjoy a higher standard of living. I want us to aspire and to be as optimistic as we should be as a country. I have two simple philosophies that I have. and in part that drives me every day. One is no one left behind. That is, the Labor Party will always look after the disadvantaged. That's why we do things like the NDIS and the big picture things for social justice. But also no one held back. We're the party of opportunity. We're the party that's into training and education and understands that if we're going to advance as an economy, then we need to have stronger education. And we see the economy as growing with the opportunity that is there to use clean energy, to drive high-value manufacturing, to drive growth through the economy. Not always.
I'm going to have to wrap you up.
Not always. Can I just I'll make one final point. If I'm Prime Minister, I'll accept responsibility. Each and every day. I'll work hard and I'll accept responsibility, not always seek to blame someone else.
Thank you, everyone in the room, for your involvement. It's been a wonderful discussion. Thank you for joining us at home. Those in the room, please put your hands together for the Prime Minister and Opposition Leader.
Thank you.
Thank you, KG. As the Prime Minister and alternative Prime Minister, no doubt spend more time with people inside this room. The reality is that, of course, debates, they end up being a little bit like Rorschach tests. If you are a hardcore partisan, you saw everything going one way, otherwise you think the other person was left in a bloody mess. The reality is, of course, neither of those things is true, and the most important people in the room are not the Prime Minister and the alternative Prime Minister, but the 100 people who had the questions and were undecided. Their votes are what will decide who becomes the next Prime Minister. And let's have a chat to some of them before they leave the room. G'day, mate. What's your name?
Stuart.
G'day, Stuart. What do you think of what you just saw?
I think Albanese was a little bit lesser, and I think ScoMo won it.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Can we get you guys? Come on in. What's your name, mate?
Boris.
Boris. What do you think? What was the most important moment for you tonight?
I think Scott Morrison's stance on foreign policy was more convincing than the Labor Party's.
What about Albanese impressed you in what he was saying?
In terms of the plans for the economy, I think he's got something solid there to work on. So that's
good stuff, mate. Go vote. Enjoy it. That process will happen right now. Hello, sir. My name's Paul. What's yours?
Well, my name's John.
G'day, John. I'll let you take your mask off, mate. It's okay.
Thank you.
I won't catch the Rona in a couple of seconds here. What did you think of that?
I thought they were both quite impressive. It's very easy coming from a government side because you've got the policies in place, you've got the arguments there. I still think there's a lot of negativity from both sides, and I find that very disappointing. But I thought both of them were quite impressive. Thanks, Paul.
I won't ask, but has it helped you decide which way you're going to fall?
No, not really.
Good. All right. Well, after meeting them for an hour, we'll see what happens in the next little while. Thanks very much. Let's keep jumping around here. Excuse me, guys. G'day, I'm Paul from Sky. We're live on telly. Just wanted to ask you both, what did you think of tonight's debate?
I think it was interesting. There's a lot of good topics that were covered. I think a lot of things up there it would appeal to a lot of different people.
Did you change your mind?
Still undecided. I thought it was a little bit unfair that Sky News gave Scott Morrison more time to speak and kept cutting off Anthony. So, yeah, I was a little bit disappointed with that.
You think we were, managing the time, the questions? What do you think we were managing?
Just allowing Scott Morrison to speak more and then cutting off Anthony Albanese when he was talking.
Okay, well, I don't know what was happening behind the scenes with clocks, but it's all about hearing what you think. Are you less undecided than you were walking in?
I think so, yeah. Yep.
Right, so you're leaning one way at the moment?
I'm not leaning one way, but I'm probably a little bit more than I was walking in.
It confirmed in many ways what you were thinking going into the room?
I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. I really wanted to see what they had to say.
Good stuff. Yeah. What about yourself? Do you remain undecided, or which way do you think you're going to fall?
Probably, leaning more to the left. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. G'day, mate. My name's Paul. What's yours?
Thomas.
G'day, Thomas. What was the moment for you that is going to stick in your mind?
There's so many parts of it. I really enjoyed it. To be honest, I thought it was going to be a lot boring. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Are you still undecided?
I'm still on the fence, I think. I did have a question to ask.
What was your question?
Question was to do with student debt and TAFE University. There's been some talk I've heard about some other parties want to make it free as it used to be.
What would you like to see happen?
Well, with someone with about 90 grand worth of debt.
You'd like to see it gone?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Got lots more people here who are undecided. We'll have full coverage with Kieran and his panel in a moment or two's time. And then after all of that, at about 8:30 local time, we'll get into the Paul Murray live version of things. G'day, mate. What's your name?
Mark.
G'day, Mark. Who impressed you tonight?
I thought both were good, probably more so the Prime Minister. I thought he was a bit more polished, a bit more prepared.
So what was it about the Prime Minister that gave you that sense?
Probably the boat turnbacks was the biggest positive. I thought Mr Albanese stumbled a bit, whereas the Prime Minister was pretty straightforward.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, mate. Go vote. Enjoy. One more and then I'll throw it over to Kieran. G'day, what's your name?
My name's Jess.
Hello, Jess. Are you still undecided?
Between those two, yes. I am still undecided.
Is there a chance that you'll go somewhere other than those two?
Oh, for sure.
So, again, it's not my right to ask you who you're going to vote for, but are you thinking about a party you've never voted before?
Yes, I am actually, because I've always sort of swung between these two, but I think neither of them really answered that question about integrity incredibly well, and that's probably where my vote will go in the end, I think, at least tonight, where I stand right now.
So give me an impression, because obviously for everyone watching on TV, they saw something different than you saw with your own eyes. What were you able to judge about those two blokes after seeing them with your own eyes for an hour?
I think, if I'm going to speak plainly, Scott Morrison really does know his stuff, but he's saying a speech that is already written. It's very well crafted, whereas Anthony comes across a lot more off the cuff and friendly, and so they have two different approaches there. But I think as a whole, when you look at the government and both parties, it's really hard to have much faith in the integrity of those parties at the moment.
Good stuff. Well, enjoy your choice. Thank you very much. KG, back to you.
Paul, thank you. Interesting to hear the immediate reaction from the voters. We'll get the result for you on air very soon. The ballots. Now, with me, my colleague Andrew Clennell, our political editor. Also now, there's Peter Credlin, Richo, Andrew Bolts. Looking forward to hearing from all of you as for your assessment of how tonight went. Andrew Clennell, first to you. What's your take?
Well, I'm going to wait for the audience vote, because I think it was pretty much a draw, no killer blow. Both turnbacks was a bit of a blow, though. I'll get to that in a minute. I'll play that in a second. But I felt Anthony Albanese didn't fall over. We thought after his unemployment rate gaffe he might. So that's a bonus for him. He seems to have, though, a plan for a plan. You know, there's not those big sort of policies when you're trying to get into government to point to how the country will change. And I think that will go over the head of a lot of people. I was surprised to hear him talk about the Federal Integrity Commission up front. I thought that was kind of a Teal independence seat issue.
Yeah.
And yet we had a couple of audience questions about
That's
it.
right, yeah.
We've had, so really interesting to see that people either are in favour of a federal ICAC or want federal politics cleaned up a bit. But Scott Morrison was quite clever here on the boat turnbacks. He asked Albanese a question, he took that licence, and he said, well, when you were Deputy PM, you weren't in favour of them. You might have done the offshore program, but not the turnbacks. Have a listen.
Why didn't you support turnbacks then?
You weren't proposing then.
No,
you
we
were
weren't.
not proposing.
I'm sorry, we weren't. It was our policy.
You were not
Turnbacks were our policy before the 2013 election. I was the shadow immigration minister. I designed the policy.
But why is it, Scott, that you're always looking for a division, not looking for
No,
an
I'm just
agreement.
looking for the accuracy and the truth.
Well, the truth is we support boat turnbacks.
But you didn't when you were Deputy Prime Minister and the boats were coming at 30 and 40 a week.
And we'll do it. What we did was we established offshore processing.
But there were a couple of, I thought, awkward moments for Scott Morrison. One is the parent of the child with autism. He said, I've been blessed with my two children. The parent who has an autistic child's been blessed too. I think that will be criticised by some people. He didn't mean any harm by that, Scott Morrison. I'm not suggesting that. The other was what I thought was a slight overreach on the China front. Obviously, he's happy to make this kind of overreach, Scott Morrison, but he says here, and we'll listen to this, he says Labor is on China's side. When all Labor has been doing, all Albanese's been doing is saying he should have sent the Foreign Minister to the Solomons to stop the agreement between the Solomon Islands and China. And Anthony Albanese here calls it an outrageous slur.
What I don't understand is that when something of this significance takes place, why would you take China's side?
That's an outrageous slur from the Prime Minister, and it shouldn't be. National security issues shouldn't be the subject of that sort of slur. This isn't so much a Pacific step up, it's a Pacific stuff up.
Finally, Kieran, I wanted to show this attempted psych out by Scott Morrison before the People's Forum. We know Anthony Albanese's been under pressure over remembering figures, etc. He didn't have a problem. Here's the Instagram pic. I haven't been rehearsing in a room. I've got so much time. I had a swim this afternoon, Kieran.
Andrew, thank you. Peter Credlin, what was your take? How did the two leaders go in your view?
Well, I think the format's the winner tonight more than the two leaders. I don't think there was any major stuff-ups from either of them. Anthony Albanese obviously had a lower bar. There wasn't any great knockout blows either. I do think the questions favoured the Labor leader. There were questions on the Integrity Commission, as we've talked about. There was questions on the NDIS. It enabled Albanese to get some line and length on policy detail. I do think at points in the debate he was hanging on tight. I think Scott Morrison made a real effort to explain things to people. I mean, you can talk all the policy insider talk you like, but unless punters watching at home and in the room can follow what the government's done, he's not winning any points. I think that he did that very well. I think the PM's tone was knocked down a few pegs tonight. I think the smugness wasn't there. I thought he did a very good job on that. But for me, the biggest turning point was two parts of the national security defence debate. The boat turnbacks issue that you just talked about there, Andrew Clennell, incredibly important. And the response from Albanese, why are you pushing this division, Scott? Well, I'm pushing this division, says Scott Morrison, because we were absolutely divided on this policy issue for many years. And the other one was a China point. And there is a big difference between Labor and the Liberal Party on China. And there's a legacy very much in the New South Wales Labor Party, and you can't walk away from that.
Andrew Bolts, great to have you with us as well. What's your read on the events here at the Gabba?
Well, I think this was the debate that could have ended Albanese's campaign really early if he'd stuffed up like he'd stuffed up at the first week of the campaign. He didn't do that. I think he would come out of that thinking he'd done very well, and I do think he did very well. He was warmer. I was struck by the fact that so many questions were, what are you going to do on housing, on the NDIS, on electric cars? What are you going to do? Most of the Prime Minister's answers were, what have we done? And I think voters actually give you points for what you're going to do for them next. So I think Albanese won the sort of battle for the future a lot more. The Prime Minister, yes, was very on top of his facts. He couldn't help tell us all sorts of facts, including how many pages there were in the legislation for his Integrity Commission. I mean, it's just a blizzard of facts. But I think a lot of that might have gone straight over people's head, but leaving them perhaps with the idea that he's in command you might not like him, but he's in command. I do think, though, the one stuff up, and there was only one knockout, not a knockout blow, but one big blow, was the question on boats that we've already played, where Albanese is sitting there with a mouthful of teeth not knowing what to answer about why did he oppose the boat turnbacks when he was Deputy Prime Minister. And the reason that's going to hurt is that it's easy to play like we just did. It'll play on news bulletins. It's the grab from an otherwise a debate where not many people would have got many talking points out of it. So it's going to hurt him that way. But I think Albanese probably, look, I'd give it 50-50, but given how it's going to play in their respective campaigns, I take this as a win for Albanese. He'd come out of there thinking, I did well, because he looked warm, he was talking about the future, and he looked on top of his brief.
We've got Graham Richardson with us. Richo, you've seen many debates, many people's forums. How did you rate that and the performance of the leaders?
Well, there were no knockout blows. I don't think anyone hit the canvas. So I think, if you're looking for that big shocking moment, it didn't come. And I don't think there was any clear winner. But that in itself is a triumph for Albanese, because I think a lot of people expected him to get beaten. One thing is for certain, and that is that our Prime Minister is a brilliant debater. Now, being a debater is not the only thing you need, the only quality that you need to be a great Prime Minister, but it sure as hell helps. And so to be able to come out even with someone like Morrison, I think is pretty good for Albo. So I'd say Albo at least held his own, and I didn't expect him to.
Peter Credlin, the two leaders did use the techniques that we've come to know in the people's forums by trying to embrace the questioner by using their names, listening, asking for a bit more detail. Was that human side done effectively in your view?
I think it was. I think it's well practiced. We know Albanese spent, days and days preparing for this, as he should, particularly after the events of last week. I think the Prime Minister being out on the hustings, I mean, that point about batteries, the bloke says, why don't we make batteries here? Albanese talks about making batteries here. Then Morrison says, well, actually, I've turned to sod at a place in Newcastle that is making batteries. So the fact that he's out on the ground, in the nature of a Prime Minister's job, getting out about and visiting, he was able to have all of those personal examples. I think Albanese, again, using the story about the Housing Commission at the very front of the program, all designed to elicit an emotional response. I think politicians are getting better and better and better, Kieran, at this format, and it shows.
Andrew Clennell, you were here in the room, and you could see that, and the viewers at home know, we've been saying it over many days, years in fact, we don't tell them how to say it, what to say, in what format. It's completely unscripted. What did you think of the standard of the questions from the voters in the room?
Well, I thought that they were over a wide stream of areas. I was surprised there was so much on integrity. Housing affordability is always a good one. Bit surprised there wasn't a bit more cost of living in there, but I thought they were of good quality. Certainly one moment in here was when Scott Morrison went fully on the attack on China. There was kind of an audible groan or moan in the room when he said, why is Labor on the side of China, which was a bit of a feature as well. Always hard, Kieran, for governments in these situations, the leader who's been in charge, because he's got his whole record in government that you can hit him with. And what Peter was saying earlier, some of those questions like on the NDIS and how they've cut back there, you're just going to have to wear that as a PM. But because he's not in front, he's kind of tying with Albanese on the primary vote at the moment, or the coalition is with Labor. He has to take these debate opportunities, Morrison. And I would argue because Albanese's not a mile in front, he has to as well. I must say at the end of the debate, I was hungry for more. I was hungry for more viewer questions. I'm already ready for the next People's Forum if we can have one, because I think there's more questions to be thrown at these leaders, particularly in the absence of a big forward-leaning agenda from either of them. And I would like to see that. I also thought it was interesting that Albanese, and this was a bit risky, defended the record of the Rudd-Gillard government, said Labor was big on reform, and that's very true. Both sides have had big reforms over the years, yet he's not proposing any sort of major reform. So that was interesting to see him defend that government.
I just was saying there, I'm surprised the Prime Minister didn't jump in there. I think he let him get away with that. I think that was too much too far. And I also think too, these forums aren't stacked like the National Press Club. The questions were real questions, and I think that's the refreshing difference.
Andrew Bolt, one of the question that is in my memory after speaking to various people tonight, Catherine, the very personal story about young Ethan, it has that resonance that a question, as Peter says, at a news conference, press club, they just don't have. You can't dodge a question from a mother with that clear love that she's expressing for her son. It's the beauty of this format, I think, Andrew.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely true. I thought their questions actually were very intelligent. It was an excellent debate, the kind of thing that I think we need to see far, far more of, because it was going past the talking points to getting into substantive issues. Now, on that particular question, the Prime Minister was never going to win that. I mean, you get assessments of various cases in the NDIS, there's thousands of them. Some people are going to get cut back, some people are going to get more money. What are you going to say? You can't say, well, maybe you didn't deserve it. So, he was always going to cop that one. But I thought the exchange for me that really summed up where the two candidates need to have a think about things, particularly the Liberal side, was where Albanese pointed out, with the Prime Minister's own help, the Prime Minister actually said, give credit to the Labor Party for the NDIS, give credit to Julia Gillard, and I give credit to Bill Shorten, where then Albanese sees on it. We are the party, the big ideas, the NDIS, the pharmaceutical benefits scheme, things like that, and the Hawke-Keating reforms, and all those sort of things. And the comeback from the Prime Minister was, yes, but we're the ones who then have to fund it. So I think really you've got back to the stereotypes where you've got the Labor Party promising the future and the Liberals saying, but what about the money? But having no alternative agenda. The Prime Minister needs, I think, to develop a story about the future. We never heard it. It's all about a story about what he's done, and that gives you an idea that at least he's in charge of the detail. But what was the story of the future? He's going to have to fill that in.
Yeah, well, we saw recently, didn't we, Richo, the power of a vision out of the South Australian election, if we go back to Malinowskis, and that vision that he spoke of, it was very compelling at the ballot box. It worked for him. Richo, where to from now? I guess, as you alluded to, and Andrew did as well, it could have ended Albanese's campaign tonight. It hasn't. So where to from now as he seeks to move on and regroup?
Well, you've got both of them are pretty level in the polls in terms of personal popularity and also in terms of the numbers who don't like them. So I'd say at the moment, Alba would be pretty happy with tonight. I think a lot of people doubted his capacity to get through tonight. I know there were quite a few people in the Labor Party who were worried about it. But when you look at the finished product, he did very well. And so I'd say Albo's the winner, at least in terms of his own performance. He's won me because he did a lot better, basically, than I thought he would. I thought it was a pretty big night for him. I knew Scott would go well. Scott Morrison's one of the best political debaters I've ever seen, and I've been looking at this business closely for 50 years. Morrison's no bug. So for Albo to come out even with him, that's a pretty good effort.
I only got 9